Well, it is time. All right. Okay. So here's the idea. I was actually for once thinking about it. And I feel like it could even be made as like a design thing where between each leg is actually a spanner. So essentially it would take the, I don't know how to like describe it. I'm just going to draw it. It feels like I'm making an engineering thing, which is kind of cool. I'll open this one. I'll use this one. Do this one. I'll just clean the background. Right. What color is the background? There's like, I think this is from the denoise. It's like the denoise algorithm is doing this, creating these like fake colors that are in the background. All right. Anyway, I'm just gonna paint them out. To look a little nice though, and not super obvious that stuff has been painted out. Say that middle mouse is definitely disappearing on this. It's like not activating sometimes. The weird thing is, it just happened like twice there where I press it down and it doesn't do anything, and then I release and then it does something. Okay, so here's the idea. I would essentially place, and as I said, I could also make this a visual thing as well. So essentially it would be, okay, I'll say my first idea. My first idea was just to make these like invisible and completely fake and not real, I guess. So essentially it would be, and this is the 4-joint version. I'm just going to ignore this part there. I'm going to pretend that part doesn't exist. So basically what it would be is the first joint I wouldn't do anything with. The second joint, I would create a slider joint like that. And then the last, or yeah, this one I wouldn't do anything with. And then this one I would get a slider joint like that. So also, I didn't realize that this line was actually like straight along that. That's cool. But instead of that, what I could do possibly is like attach the center, these two centers together. And that doesn't look too bad. And in fact, I feel like it probably becomes more stable the further down I go. Until I'm practically like doing this, but you know, I don't really want to do that. Let me just see this. Like probably halfway along this body, I place one into the joint, and then probably 2/3 the way down this body, I place that joint. And then I would probably do this, right? Does this like, because I'm, in a way I'm making triangles, right? Triangles are stable. So I could really pretend like it's an actual engineering problem. I mean, it is in a way. And I'd have these fake joints like this. I say fake. I could model them to be real. You know, this could literally be, this could be a physical slider joint body that has a hitbox and you can shoot it and it makes the crawler more unstable. So basically it would just like be expanding the hitbox. So if you like go, you know, shoot the legs, you know, make it, disable it faster, right? This would make that more viable from a gameplay perspective, because instead of having these really small blue hitboxes you gotta hit, you'd have all that plus like another piece here in the middle that could take damage and be destroyed. So basically these would just be sliders that just don't have, they could have a fixed length. I could set them up so they have a fixed length, so maybe they would go a little bit longer than this and a little bit shorter. So it could still be good to constrain it. Not too much though. But really what I want it to do is to somehow this would prevent, or not really prevent, but improve the transfer of rotation, I think. If rotational stuff up here can be transferred down here in, like, I guess in a way like counterbalanced, right? And maybe that's what it really is. Maybe it would really be something like this. So the thought here is if the top turns that way, it's gonna also rotate the body in that same direction, right? Or the top is now constrained by this. Maybe that's really all. Maybe that's like a big piece. This could be stretched up. This could be a piece that's like physically attached to the body and stretched up here. And it would be allowed to swing pretty freely, but it would be constrained on yaw. And when I say yaw, I'm talking about the bones yaw. This joint might be useless, because at least in this case, they're already pretty stable. It could probably just be attached way up here, too. But I mean, I feel like that's not really doing anything. I think the cross is probably... It would have to be here, right? I could okay, so I could still have the physical attachment to the body. I just had this extra slider joint that I've placed there. Well, okay. This would be like well grounded, so I'm not really worried about this side rotating. It would really be more about this side. So it's probably still here, right? Or it could even be here. Maybe there's an idea where I can look up. I mean, this kind of thing seems, you know, most obvious to lock it. Well, maybe it would be more like this, because if this side, if I were to push at the top, that rotates this side forward towards me, which would actually kind of pull back on this side. Does that make sense? Because if that side comes towards me and it's attached to here, then this side has to come back too. So maybe it's more like it could be attached like this. So when I push up, this side comes towards me, and that, okay, that actually helps the swing. I mean, I can also put it way down here. Right, so if I push, yeah, I mean, if I push the top, then this transfers that down here, so does this also have to move? I feel like that doesn't make sense, because it's still like a pivot. I mean, the pivot is here on the ground. I mean, really, this would probably save it, right? If I put it there, if I could stick it into the ground, then that would stop this from moving. But I can't do that. So I guess the idea is I have to put this onto something that I think shouldn't really be rotating. Like here, or over here. Or on the body as well, right? It could be attached like this. And I don't know if these crossings make sense. I feel like both of them need to be, would ideally want to be attached at the same location. But this is also just kind of doubling the joint up. So it probably would be right to have maybe something like this. But then I'm just kind of reinforcing that. And I would be left with the exact same problem. I don't know, which way would this go? I guess there's two patterns that I have. I feel like it's better to attach it to the whole thing. Though I could stick it to the main body. Should the joints be acting on the same location? Should they be like this? I mean, I think this one is probably good, right? It makes sure that these two pieces move together. They rotate together. That's what this really does. So this probably... Oh, this would... Yeah, hang on. This would improve the... This could help keep this leg straight. So the end of the leg, when it's off the ground, can stay straight, because now it's anchored up here. Okay, I think this is a good one. So probably halfway, and then probably like 2/3. Or I mean, ideally you would probably put it as far down as you can get it. Halfway, 3/4. What about this? I feel like this is probably just the same idea, right? Halfway, 3/4. But then I don't have I don't have an attachment to the main body, so maybe I should stop an attachment to the main body. Okay. I think I'm going to try this, but I'm going to see if I can set it up so that ideally I can just kind of put it onto... I'd almost like to have something here where I just say like, structural supports or something. Alright, I'm going to try to figure this out. If I can make it work with these, then I'm kind of curious about trying it on... I'd be really curious about trying it on this structure, where I still have my original bone layout. But essentially, halfway up this bone will attach to 2/3 down this side. And that would be... I don't know exactly what it would be. I'll try this. Also, the way that the joints are loaded. Let me check how the joints are loaded. Because I think it just tries to, it just finds the first joint in the list, and that's the one it treats as the main joint. And that's what I want to make sure that it does. So we grab the array, if the size is not equal to 1. Okay, no, well, yeah, so this is actually just pulling the generic 6 degree of freedom joint. I'd still like to pull out the well, I guess I don't have to pull out any of the joints. I'm going to move them. So maybe what I can do is... if there is another joint, there's no reparenting here happening, right? If there are other joints, I'll just do this. I'll make it so that when I move the bodies around, I'm going to just generically pull the joints in from the bodies. Update all joint paths. So I'll say... I think this is a... yeah, that's on joint 3. Okay, cool. It does work that way, yeah. Because I am just literally writing solver priority and the joint paths. Wait, I already have path map set. Okay, so if this is the main joint, then I do this stuff. And I might just want to do like joint priority in general. Solver priority in general. Oh yeah, it is kind of in general. Yeah, so I'll just do this in general. If it's the main joint, and it's an IK joint, and it's the first joint and there should be first copies, or it's not the first joint and there should be regular joint copies. This is all within that and. So I'm just obtaining the joint and then the node that it has and then get path. So I still have to create the path map. So I'm not really doing joint and loaded joints. I'm doing... Oh yeah, I am doing that. Right. I've already moved them, so when I do find children, I actually have to say that has to be false because they've already moved. I'm gonna leave a note. I remember that. Reparenting breaks the owners. Create a mapping. Node A, get node. Node B, get node. So I say this joint is specifically pointing to this node and this node. And then I disable those and then I reparent them. Then I go back through and I reset the paths. I'm actually not sure if I must do this, to be honest. I may not have to. Okay. So it should be set so that I can just add more joints to it and it will just go. So this body, going to add a slider joint. And then angular limit. I'm assuming is on that axis that I move it on. So node A, this is my idea. I'll just attach it to the next one up. Front right. So attach from this one to this one. And then the length of this body is... Well, I guess I should care about the length specifically. So 1.5. So this would go down to 0.75. And then it's going to turn around. And it's going to point at... Well, it's not going to go halfway down. It's going to go 3/4 of the way down. .125. Angular limit, linear motion. Why can't I see this? Because I have joints turned off. Okay, so the travel is on the x-axis. So then I need to rotate it 90, just back 90 degrees. Hey, Yulia. Spent an hour wondering why my internet is so slow, then I realized I forgot the VPN. Yeah. Hello, Yulia. Okay, so we face it that way. In fact, I kind of think I want it to be the other way. Also, this probably should be set up looking like an EVE Online gameplay. This probably should be set up that I calculate it. I tell it the two bodies, and then I say what percentage along body 1, what percentage along body 2, and then I would have like, it'll calculate that distance and length. Yeah. I'm just gonna make a custom. And in fact, it's gonna have to be a shared one too, because then I want... Well, I guess I don't add this because it doesn't need to be shared. I don't think I have enough springs on it. It's just gonna be rigid, right? Yep. These are just rigid constraints. Yep. Yep. Gotta check everything though. Okay. Right, new script. Shouldn't this be res node? Yeah. How's your day so far? It's alright. Trying to do this, I guess. My idea is that I could probably treat it like it's a real engineering problem, because it kind of is, in a way, and add supports, basically. And then my thinking is that I can make this actually part of the gameplay, because now this can be a joint that you can destroy. So it could have a hitbox, and that could be cool. Beam joint. What do you mean it's invalid? Oh, because the folder doesn't exist. Sounds like an extra 50 days of work. Norma joint. Don't these have rotation? State of plays tonight. State of play. Haven't they, like, shown nothing the last 2 times or something? It's like they've done two in a row and they're like, we got nothing. Goodbye. Maybe it wasn't state of play, but like Sony showing up to other announcement places and saying, we're not announcing anything. I need like a, yeah, like an export enum. Names. X. Y. Z. Contains a comma. Use separate arguments instead. Goofy. There we go. Is there a better way to list this? axis 1, axis 2. I don't know. I'll just do it like that. So I give the axes, and then I say the body a length. Which if I look at it, it's there. So if I say 0, it starts at its origin. A negative value would go back, a positive value would go forward, right? Body B position. Okay. And then right, and then the orientation is just going to be basically taking just calculating position and then calculating upper and lower distance. But I think I need to say, yeah, what I think I'm going to say is there'll be like an extra limit, so it'll expand, or there will be a, there's actually no such thing as the minimum difference between the pivot points on their x-axis before damping begins. The minimum? So I guess it's like this is the range, right? So I would say this is at 0. It wouldn't expand beyond that, and then this would be I don't know. This is actually a bit weird. It's not what I thought it would be. Well, I mean, I think the way that it works is it basically, these are the pivot points, right? So I could make it like this, which means these can... How does that work? What are the pivot points? What are the pivot points? Basically, my thinking is that I should be able to set a lower bound and an upper bound. So, given where it is now, the whole thing could stretch a little bit, or it could contract down to like a certain size before it would also be a rigid collision. But maybe that's not what slider joint is doing here. It also seems like there is an issue where I don't How am I defining that position on the other body? Because I feel like I'm not defining that the way that I thought I would be. Like, is their initial location, like, what does their initial location represent? When I say lower distance, is that how close they can get together before they stop? Upper distance is how far they can get before they stop from their current position on that axis. So if I said 0 and 0, they'd be locked like that. If I said plus 0.3, it would allow the distance to grow by 0.3. That's got to be what it is, right? That would be the only thing that makes sense. Let's go find it. Build slider, shifted ref. Slider constraint. My position, A inverse, local A is my location on A, local B is my location on B. Make slider, passing in those positions. Shift reference frames. Limits enabled and limit lowers less than limit upper. Limit midpoint. Take the midpoint. Ah, okay, good. Is that good? Yeah, limit midpoint. Yeah. Shift the reference, or yeah, reference shift. Shift reference frames. I wish they put code next to each other. Right, it's not even defined here. Linear shift, angular shift, and then the outputs. Origin A, those locations get it relative to the center of mass. Rotate, shifted origin A. So I'm taking it relative to the center of mass and then I'm moving it along weird. I move A along that. I move A to be the midpoint. So the A is now at the midpoint. But then B is still the other one. So it's like I have the point here, and I'm moving body A up here. Or actually, it'll be the other way around. Oh yeah, it is the other way around, because body B stays where it is, and then body A, I take that location, I move it towards that way to the midpoint. So if I say 0 in a meter, I would take A and drag it out here. So now it's this point on A and this point on B. And then I have the limit is going to be 1 minus the halfway point, so then it would be 0.5. So the limit upper. Wait, shifts the negative midpoint. Okay. Should be like -1. Okay. I get it. That does seem weird. It seems weird that the limit is just one thing. So we limit upper, which in my case would be 0, minus the midpoint, which is going to be -0.5. So limit would be 0.5. 0.5. What the? 0.5. .5 is the limit. 0.5 means I can travel up and down 0.5. So that means the distance between these two can move Oh, and if I'm actually changing where it is relative on the body, then that means it starts at, if I say -1 and I shift it halfway, it starts at 0.5. Okay, so the way to think about it is, given this position, and just pretend like there's a virtual line pointing in that direction, how far can we pull in? And I mean, there is a, okay, so there is like a node A, node B thing. which means I probably should be attaching this to node A and orienting it that way, and that might make a little more sense. But basically, if I think of this as being that point, okay, I'll get this set so it will actually position itself for me. Jeez, I always do this. I make coffee and then I literally don't even try to drink it until like an hour later. It's not hot anymore. It's okay, and I might even have it like render a midpoint or something. I think I'll do that. I think I have like a switch down here that's like, I'll follow the math there and try just so I can have a visualizer, a better visualization on my side, see what's really going on. Super tedious thing now. Okay, so I need to have yeah, okay. I think I do have a set right. Node B should be the body that's attached to, and then node A is the body. Or node B is this body, and then node A is the main one. Though, no, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. That just seems to be, the reason I'm saying it's right is because that's what Godot has as is apparent here in these shift reference frames, they keep B where it's at, and then they use A, and they do something with A's location. So what I want to do is I'm also going to say that this needs to be a child of node B. There's going to be some ordering thing where this is like wrong as well, so is node ready, I think, is true. I honestly need like a diagram to know this stuff. Called when the node is ready. So is ready. The node and its children have entered the scene tree. So is node ready is guaranteed to be true during the ready path. During the ready. That's the way that I read that. Okay. It should be rigid body, right? These are node paths. They must inherit physics body. Yeah, okay. Let's do physics body, because that's what they require. So yeah, it doesn't have to be the parent node. Doesn't have to be. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. The idea is I'm going to place it at node B's location. At that point, so what this will be is it's just going to be yeah, so I have the axis as 0, 1, or 2. So I'll just make both of these. So this will be Let's just be 0. Body A axis will be equal to body A position. And then I just say, I'll place my position as body B global transform so I place myself there, and then I want to target that position, so I think I can just do like, I saw this look at from position. Moves the node to the specified position, then rotates the node to point toward target. But I need it to be on the z-axis. I'll make it a deferred call so I can be sure it's happening at the very end, because the scene tree may just not be set up yet. So I calculate my forward vector. I think it's probably easier to calculate a right vector. I mean, it's more like I use the up vector to calculate my right vector. So So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dot I'm going to say if this is a question. So if forward is nearly 0, that means we're on top of each other. then what I'm going to do is just use I'm just going to use the orientation that we have. So, let me say this, I think. I want to compute a orientation. But if we're on top of each other, I'm going to not do that. I'm going to ignore that. So I'm going to say, make this a function. Calculate orientation. And I'm going to say make no change. So then I want to have a right vector, and I want to, well, I want to do forward dot so if my forward dot with the up vector is nearly because the assumption is generally in space they're going to be somewhere left and right of each other. But when I am aligned with the up vector, then I think I just say my right vector should probably be, and this is, okay, in this case, what am I doing then? I guess I can kind of pick any way I want. But yeah, I think I might say if I'm aligned with that axis, I'm just going to maintain my current right vector. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, then I have to dot with... This has to be then normalized. What's the issue? Okay. Otherwise, I'm recomputing one. So it's forward dot with up. Yeah, okay. Right, I have to normalize it. So I got my forward, I have my right, and my up would just be taking, yeah. It'll be forward cross with the negative right to get the new up. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that should be it. So the x-axis, the x-positive axis is going to be the forward. The y-axis will be the up. Z-axis will be... Yeah, I want the up that I calculated to be the y, and then because I want it like this. It would look like this. Because it's x, z, yeah. So z will be the right. Yeah. So I've got the new little basis. Well, maybe what I want to do is I want to, if they're approximately equal, then no, I have to yeah, I'll just keep the current x-axis. But then I do have to, I mean, I have to do some stuff here, so I have to check if forward is approximately equal to up. I need to check to see if my current x-axis is even suitable for this. Because it could be that my x-axis is also the up axis. So I know that forward is pointing up, the right is pointing up, basically. So then, if I pick anything that's not up, then it should be good. So I'll just actually pick right at that point. Okay. So now I have that. Now I'm going to say... So now the x is the forward. So now I want to say if debug show midpoint. I'll start following this practice instead of writing everything in line. internal front. So it won't show up. And I am just going to set position to be equal to this calculation. Yeah, so limit, okay, so it'll be limit lower plus limit upper over 2. And it's always the negative as well, so I'm just going to make it negative. But then to get this value, limit lower, limit upper, and then together divide by 2, make it negative because it's always negative. And then that shift is just going to be that value. Okay. Okay, cool. So it can be toggled on and off. When I set this value, I don't really need to call update joint. Yeah, I don't really need to call update joint. I'm just going to call debug draw midpoint whenever it toggles. Okay, so hopefully now I should see something. What is this weird thing where I like hold shift and click and then it doesn't do everything. It just does some of them. Oh, that's cool. I hit hide and they still display anyway. Very smart. Okay. Sorry. That's, yeah, so that's a bug. That, what is happening there? What is think I'm trying to leave a comment? Okay. Yeah. Normally these actually respect those settings. And it looks like it kind of was. I would click hide it and it would disappear but then come back. Um, so I gotta look for like joint gizmo, wherever that is. Gizmo plugin. Oh. Incremental update gizmos. Redraw. Get node 3D. Yeah, this should definitely respect it not existing. So it looks like if it has none of these, I want to see a return early. There's no return early. Yeah, I think it's just, yeah, it just needs to, it needs to clear, and it needs to say, if joint is visible or something like that. This is a unique node 3D thing. It should be like is visible. Is visible. Compile days back to 0. Awesome. Because that's like, genuinely I can't like even work with this. Because I have so many joints here, I need to be able to hide them. I actually have multiple stuff here. Yeah, I feel like I'm adding quite a few things. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do get status. I'm gonna do get add modules jolt physics. Let's look at this. I might be making a bunch of PRs right now because doesn't exist. Also, I actually want to go here. I don't see it, so delete that, delete that. If it's the same priority, ignore it. Otherwise, we do set. We do set constraint priority to that value and solver priority. Good. So that'll be a PR, and then this one. I'm gonna go ahead and test this one actually, but I'm pretty sure this is all I have to do. I just have to say if the joint. Also, this seems bad. This seems bad. That's a pointer. Though it is accessed here, so if it's a null pointer, I guess it's impossible. I guess this cast makes it impossible. Oh yeah, it probably does. Because object is probably like a container around joint. So if you run cast2, it probably just returns a fake null. Expected expression. Oh. Glad I tried to test it. Always a good idea. Even if you're adding 2 lines of code. Can still forget a semicolon. Michael Saylor sells 32 Bitcoin. Negative 3,000. Wait, today? Wait. Wait. Is Bitcoin crashing again? I don't remember that happening. I guess tax season? I don't know. You know who that is? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I'm going to now search for joint Ismo. Oh. Okay, no, wait a second. No, wait a second. What's up with the milestones? Shouldn't it be the code that I wrote, though? Because you specifically want redraw. Yeah, you have to clear. I'm going to leave a comment about this. I wish I could, like, do a list in the redraw function. A list? What did I just say? So tabs. How do I get the, I don't know. I'm just gonna leave this. This is fine. Before I do that, I'm gonna make sure that I test it myself, my own change. Be sure that my change is good. My attempt actually works. Yeah, because you have to say clear. Redraw, you have to call clear. You can't not do something. Otherwise it like sticks on the screen and it doesn't go away. Is at least my understanding of it. Oh hey, it works. Cool. And I'm gonna make sure I have a permalink to that code. This is under... Who knows, because I don't... My thing is set up to not tell me the full file path, and now I don't know where I'm going. What's the file change? Scene 3, Gizmos Physics. Okay, I can find that. Scene 3D Physics. Scene 3D what? What? Editor. Ah, I forgot the most important part at the front. Editor. There's nothing like having a file path be identical in several places and only different in one place. Also, we gotta be trolling. There's physics and there's Gizmos Physics. Trying 3D Gizmo plugin. I'm gonna go down to redraw. Get that permalink. And I'll just do this. There's my comment. Alright, well, either way, I can now see. And I have that other commit, so I'm gonna go and make that one a PR. What was it? Add Jolt constraint priority, so let me even also search for constraint priority to be totally certain. Looks like probably no. Yeah, I don't even see anything open. Okay. I think this copy, yeah, this copy works like that. Git branch, git switch master. I do need to be careful about this one in particular because this could be like deadlines of code. Because if I take that other commit and that one actually works, which I mean, honestly, looking at it, it's weird. It is weird. Whatever. Yeah, switch master. It's like fetch upstream. I think generally the way that I do it is I just go to GitHub and I do sync. Yeah. There we go. Git pull. Okay. Git branch. Am I missing something? Am I supposed to do like... That's so many upstream master, upstream head, upstream origin master, origin head. Does all that. Alright. Great. Make that PR. I mean, it's a weird title, but like I just want to get the words in there, really. Okay. Sorry, yeah, that was a while ago, and I just... Sorry, I was focused. Company holds 800,000 Bitcoin. Is this like a person who was like helping mine Bitcoin really early? Or is it like they have like like it's Coinbase? Like they technically hold the assets, but they don't own that. It's not theirs. Condition is inside. Is this me? Is that me? That wouldn't make sense for it to be me. Returning transform 3D. It's gotta be these lines, right? But it's calling like 6. Not is inside tree is true. But it's a deferred call. What? What? Okay. That doesn't make any sense why that should be happening. Also, it's calling 6 times? Well, I guess I call it twice here, right? But then I don't have any changes there. So why is it doing this? Six times? What? Then how am I supposed to delay that? Ah, right, yeah, I do want the Y. Yeah. Okay. This would be 1.125. Bam. That would be this body. And technically these are also just wrong right now, but I kind of want to leave them. So the length of this is 0.8. So I go 0.4. Cool. And then I mean, I guess the idea is it's kind of more like this, where this joint, this position can move on this axis, right? Yeah, that's kind of what it is, right? This joint is going to slide along this way from this point. So I can go out a little bit and up a little bit. But now I do see a problem. The rotation problem. When these, I believe what this means is this basically becomes a track. And so that's not going to work. This whole joint needs to be able to like pivot. So I think that's just not going to work. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to work. I believe it doesn't take on rotation, so it also means that these have to be aligned like this. Any misalignment doesn't mean like... Basically, if that joint at the top does this, this is going to like try to cram them back onto this line, I think is what this means. It's not like... It's not set up the way that I think it's set up. Okay, gotta try something else then. So it probably just means it comes down to... I probably do just have to use the generic 6 degree of freedom. There's a ball and socket joint. There's no... Okay, there's no length. It's also just a rigid connection at that location. Okay. All right, let me try this. So linear limit is like how far on... Oh, this is really different. Okay. Basically, I have to construct 2 new bodies, which means I'm actually not improving. Let me see. Because if I can say, hey, you're allowed to have like draw the line, but then allow pivoting to happen. So just either side of the joint can like bend up and down, really. And I guess both sides would like try to point towards each other all the time. Well, I mean, at any given point, it takes 2 locations and says, what's the distance between these 2 locations? If it's, or I guess it will do this, right? It looks at the axis, the rotation about the axis that they're connected by, and it says, are we rotated too far, yes or no? It would also look at this twist, so the axis, the up axis of the joints, and say, let's match those together. The x-axis, so like this, would say the difference between these two can be, how would that measure? Look at this. So if this leg were to pull in, this joint, if this, okay, so leaving this one stationary and this one curves in, this joint would tip down. So basically do this. And I might say there's like a limit to that deflection. So if it extends out, it will turn up. So now there's a difference in these 2 angles. And if it pulls in, it'll curve down. And say that axis is allowed to rotate. So I want to see if slider joint allows that to happen. Because the big thing is I do really need to have 2 different locations. I do need 2 different locations. Otherwise that transfer of rotation doesn't really... I mean, it might still work, but I think it's... Yeah, I think it actually probably doesn't work, because that's changing where it is relative to the center of mass. So if I put the joint here, it would think it's going here, so a rotation here would spin it around that way. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's fine. Maybe it is fine. Maybe it doesn't matter. Alright, let me look at... What does it create? Why didn't I think of this? Okay. I need to remember that for braking. I've literally been saying like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna like come back and say, all right, well, how much did you move? But no, if it's like, it literally knows how much delta it's applied. And I can look at that and see, how much delta did you apply? And if it's too much, then there's a problem, right? I can basically treat that as, because I have how much it moved in how much time, and then I know the masses of the two objects, and I could literally just calculate a Newton force for that and say, all right, well, if it exceeds this value, now I'm breaking, dealing damage. Instead of looking at it and saying, increasing the physics steps or changing the physics steps of the server, and then having to say, all right, well, before I said 1 centimeter was too much, now it needs to be like 0.08 centimeters or 0.8 centimeters. Jeez. Okay. Build slider. Slider constraint settings. Slider constraint settings. So my hope is that it actually allows rotation like this. Or actually, I mean, it doesn't allow rotation like that. Oh, that's the motor. This is the limit position limits, distance along the slide axis. Basically what I'm looking for is to allow it to have from the orientation of the joint, allow it to twist, allow it to rotate on the right axis of the joint, and restrict its, or not even that, just like have two things, right? The up axis represents the twist, and I can define that, which is already in here. That's the angular. Okay, well, it's gone. That's the angular setting. But then I want to have an additional rotation, I guess, I don't know, like along that axis that they're moving on, and say you're allowed to spin this much, and then any more than that is like a hard constraint point. It might all be here. Maybe. A normal axis. It's possible that this is the normal axis. Along which movement this is possible. But where's like the rotation? Joint angular limits are not supported. Okay. All right, so here's what I got. So in order to set the joint up, when I create the joint, I have to take the two bodies, the position that I want them to be in, teleport them so that they overlap, create the joint at that point, teleport the body back. So that the linear limit on the joint's x-axis is where they can move. And then I have a rotation axis so that I can pivot on, I guess in this case it would be the z. So the joints could be misaligned by some amount, positive or up or down. And that's the solution. Okay, that's the solution. So back to beam joint, but beam joint is changing to be a generic 6 degree of freedom joint, and then I have to I now have to go fix this script where I'm expecting precisely one of these to exist. It's just going to be the first one as the main joint. Target joints if target yeah, I'm going to say is less than 1. There should be at least 1. And the bone joint is the first one. Okay. There's that. Why is player open? Close player. And I guess I can make it as a shared 6 degree of freedom. And you know what? I could no, I won't do that. I could. Is there a bird? I think there's a bird stuck in this person's window. That's their garage. There's a bird stuck behind the blinds in their garage. Why would it do that? Why would it go in? I feel like I need to go tell them somehow. Okay, I'll be back. Because I looked over there before and I thought I was just sitting on like maybe on the outside, but now it's very obvious that it's stuck. So I'm gonna go see if I can tell them, and then they can just open the blind in the garage and let the bird out. I'll be back. I'm back. Bird saved. Somebody was home and told them. They opened up the blinds. Yeah, it makes sense how the bird got in there because the garage door is just left open. So I'm assuming the bird got in there, stood on top of the blinds, and then just decided to drop in the blinds. And then could not get back out after that. But it's out. It's good. Very small bird. It's funny because he opened the blinds and then the bird was just even more set on trying to fly through the window. So it was no longer restricted. So now I was just like totally like, all right, I'm just gonna fly straight through this solid object. I tried to, I guess, just grab it with my hands, and that's when it decided, all right, I'm just gonna fly a different direction. And then he flew out. Okay, cool. So it is now the idea behind this joint is that yeah, I'll call update joint, and so what it will do is it will save these two nodes so we know we have them, and then it will orient itself, position itself on body B, orient itself, and then at this point it will calculate orientation. I mean, if I build off everything with just being the forward, maybe that's what I should just do. And instead just use forward. I'll call this axis. And forward will just be axis. And this will be global position minus that. But I will save it. So I will do slider offset. Or I guess I'll call like beam span. So we calculate based on that. So this is a vector pointing its end minus start. So it's a vector pointing, I kind of want it the other way around actually. Not kind of, I definitely want it the other way around. And just be down here. Wow. The dog is staring at me. What was that? What happened? Whoops. I just want to turn the music up slightly. Okay. So I have the span, so this is a vector end minus start, so it's a vector pointing from me to them. Or body B to body A. And then I have the orientation, so I don't really think the x-axis makes sense, but I'll just do this. I'll just do right and then forward instead. So forward would be the axis. If it's 0, return the original direction. Okay. So we calculate our orientation. So now we are positioned how we want to be positioned. And then the idea at this point would be to teleport the body A, such that, or really just move it. So this is in global coordinates. So I would do body A, global position. So I want to, so the beam span points that way. I want to subtract the beam span from its global position. And then I would just do node A will be equal to get path to body A, or rather I would just do this. So I would set it to be an empty. Can I do rebuild? I wish I could just call rebuild on a joint. That would be great if I could just call rebuild on the joint instead of having to go through this. That would be really nice. Hello? Joint 3D, I'm making it. So the joints have to have a virtual configure joint. And there's update joint, only free. Okay. Configure joint is responsible for, okay, this is not here. Configure joint is responsible for totally constructing the thing. Okay, just jolt joint, configure joint, configure. What? Huh? Configure. Update joint only free. Configured is true, configured is false. Yeah, I feel like I just want to make a method that's called Also, this doesn't do disconnects, which is pretty bad. Disconnect signals. Yeah, so I think what I do is, yeah, it should be a method that calls disconnect signals and then calls update joints and then just calls update joint. So yeah, I'm going to make a method that just does that. I crashed by doing that. That's crazy. What's wrong with my configuration here? What's wrong with this? Like, I don't mind that I don't have like full comprehension of stuff, but like I just did an autofill and it breaks the syntax highlighting. It just totally obliterates it. I'll say like force update joint. That seems like a much better name, actually. Because it makes it obvious that something is happening here. It makes it obvious that you're doing something uncommon. So whenever I set a node B, if configure disconnect signals, see, I'm really just looking for this. Configure disconnect and then call update joint. So the idea is basically I don't have to do this thing where I unset the node and then reset the node because then it causes a reconstruction the whole way through. Now I can just put them where I want them to be, call force update joint, move them back, and it's fine. And I'm sort of on the wrong thing, so git stash help. How does git stash work? Command. Git stash. I give it a name. Okay. Due to unexpected token. -m. I believe it's just like I say pop, and pop will, pop is like apply and then remove. And apply it on top of the current working tree. Yeah, okay. I could probably even just do git stash pop. Cool. There we go. Dude, they watch this so fast. I mean, there's like 5,000 pull requests. They get like... Wait, what is this ordering? Is this sorted by newest? So like today, they've already gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 PRs. And also, a lot of them happened in the same hour. 1 hour ago. What time? 9:51, 9:50, 9:12. Yeah. It's like literally within an hour, they just got 4 PRs. Like, the thing is with this many, I feel like... Well, these all say approved, actually. I just feel like you can't have this many PRs. Spam. This contribution was authored by an autonomous AI agent on behalf of Cook-san to add reusable curved 2D circle and rectangle path builders. Oh my god. It is just a crazy spam generator, isn't it? 10 lines of code per second, flooding the PR list. Okay, so after I do this, I don't have to do get path to, I can just move it, and then I can say force update joint. So update midpoint. I think what I want to do is I want to have I kind of want this value to be visible from the editor, but not modifiable. And then yeah, basically I would set so I attach them together and then I move them apart and then I say here's your upper limit, and then I can say increase that upper limit to make it go further, and then I have a lower limit. And that lower limit would basically just be to add on to that. And so if it's on... Also, it's still rendering like it's a slider joint, even though it's not. I guess because there's a bug right now. What can I do right now? I'm just gonna, I think, place it. I would like to have this beam. Yeah. Okay, that's what I want. So I want the beam span to be here. It will be a read only. No hint. No string. And then usage editor and I think it's actually like usage default. Yes, usage default is 6, which is editor and storage. I actually don't need to save it. So yeah, it's just going to be editor and then read only. Okay. And it's actually supposed to be a... Okay. So I actually have beam span as a float. But then here I want... is it beam displacement? So we translate it there. Don't need that. I translate it, I force update, and then I move it back. I'm just going to track its original location instead of doing the plus and the minus because that can cause an offset. set it back, and then there's still a problem. So now here it would be I'm gonna orient it so the z-axis faces that way. Actually, no, I'll stick with the x-axis. I'll stick with the x-axis. So I take the debug midpoint, I'm oriented, and then I move it along the positive half beam span. Okay, what do we think now? It's not connected to anything. I'm gonna reload scene. Why does it still render as a slider joint? Change type. Beam joint. Script inherits from a native, so it can't be assigned to type. Are you crazy? Silly stuff. Okay. Body B position 1.125. And then body A position 0.4. Cool. I don't know what's up with the lines. And then linear limit. Linear limit should be copied. So I provide, so there's the beam span, and then I need to provide a minimum distance and then a maximum distance. So it'll start with this one and then yeah, I would just type in, well, I think it makes sense to do a minimum distance between the two, and then I provide, I'll just say minimum and maximum distance from the beam span. No, I want to start from this position. I want to start from this. So I can move things around without updating, without changing how that works. So essentially I can say, how much extra length can this have? I can have 20 centimeters extra length. How much less? How much can this contract? That kind of thing. So I'll say like an expand and a contraction. Expand limit. Dog is barking. All right, 1 second. I'm back. Okay, so there's the limits, so I can see the beam span, so I know how long it is, and I can, from that, I'd be able to judge better limits on it, is the idea at least. So then I calculate that length, and then I say the upper distance will be the beam span plus that value. So I do set param x linear upper limit so these can be at least this far away on the x-axis of this joint. Though it's also the rotation. The rotation's kind of getting to me. The rotation is getting to me. Because I think when I set that, it's just, it really is just a hard constraint on that. Can I reload the file? It's all broken. So I shouldn't see anything there. I guess my question is, when it comes together like this and that angle changes, I need to allow, there needs to be that Y freedom amount, but it also needs to not get in the way of setting the whole thing up. Man, does it? Because the slider constraint has that normal. Set slider axis, get normalized perpendicular. Yeah, it's just get any perpendicular thing to it. Which sucks because that means I can't set up what I'd like to set up. I basically like to have a pivot and then a length. That's what I really want to have. Is there... I mean, there should be... If it's not the slider joint, then there's got to be something else that provides this. What's a rack and pinion? Teeth. There's a hinge axis and a slider axis. Which sounds like exactly what I'm looking for. But what's up with the ratio? Okay, so no. I don't want this. I guess hinge is like the rotation axis that it rotates on, but that's not like that because of this ratio, where if the thing slides, it corresponds to a rotation. If the thing rotates, it corresponds to a slide, right? So definitely not this. There's a distance constraint. Which, it sounds close, but if it's about distance, then I need rotation as well. It's not just pure distance. Point constraint. Not this. I don't want to have to make up my own one. It's a pulley constraint. Can this be a pulley? Yeah, but it's a distance. I mean, yeah, this basically just draws a line to that point and then draws it to the other one. But I mean, it's definitely, this sounds like a rope, right? The maximum length of the line segments. See formula above. A pulley connects two bodies via two fixed world points to each other similar to a distance constraint. I define length 1 to be the body point 1 to fixed point 1, where body 1 is a point, or body point 1 is a point on body 1 in world space. And fixed point is a fixed point in world space. So that breaks that. Because this would be like connecting, essentially in my case, it's more like a spring I mean, yeah, it's like a spring. But it can rotate. That's kind of the issue, is this axis of rotation that I want to fix it on. Not a pulley. Does this support a distance? This is a rotation. And there's no distance consideration here. I'd have to ask, I think, at this point. Cone constraint. Because essentially what I need to see is I need to see an angle. And a limit. I don't want to see an axis. I want to see... well... The axis is defined as drawing a line between the 2 points. That's the axis definition. And then I would have that constrained to certain angles. So I would say, how much can you rotate on the y of this axis? If this is the forward axis, how much can you rotate on the y? And then... well, I guess you would define that, and then you would define a right axis from the viewpoint of body. Or, well, I guess you could just define a right axis from both bodies, probably. So you have the 2 points in space, and you have the right axis of that point. And the line between them is the forward, and then you have the right axis on each point. And then you would say, we want to align those right axes to be the same, given some rotation that's allowed to happen. And then the up axis, which is just the perpendicular, or just the cross of those two together to get the up. You would say, how much can that rotate by? What's the limit on that axis? I guess in that case, it'd be more like the forward axis, so like how much can this thing rotate? And you have the x-axis on each point, which is how much they're allowed to rotate. How much that axis from either point can move, and then would be the other rotation. The swing, I guess. And you can say how misaligned can these 2 points be? Okay, well, yeah, it would have to be the reference frame, so they would be pointing at each other. They'd start pointing at each other. Say, how much can you do this? How much can you do this? And how much can you do this? And then you just have the distance between them. So I would have point, I would have 3 axes of rotation, and then I would have a direction, which is just their... And I guess you would define that axis, you know, which axis defines its direction. So that might be to say the x-axis on body B, and then the z-axis on body A is like the alignment or whatever. What's a path constraint? Used to constrain the degrees of freedom between 2 bodies to a path. What's the path? Oh. Apply a rotation to the tangent vector around the tangent vector. The normal vector. It says tangent is following the path, which doesn't make sense because tangent is not. It's not what. I mean, I guess that. Yeah, I guess that is what tangent means. I just think of. Yeah, never mind. The normal, I assume, is like a twist. A binormal, I assume, is like looking up and down the path, right? So path constraint kind of sounds like that. I guess the issue here is that this path, rotation of the path start relative to body 1. So I can give it the position and then the orientation. And yeah, I want to allow the points to do this. But I also want them to be... I want to be able to set how much they can swing by. It doesn't. This is really close, but I can't set that. And I don't know, maybe I don't want to set that. But yeah, I mean, I guess maybe this works because when if it swings in, no, because the idea is that if it swings in, this path is gonna twist up pretty bad, which means this point has to move to follow on that. So it's still like I just draw a line, and this point can travel on the path, but that doesn't mean the path will rotate with it. So this also doesn't work. I can't believe this doesn't, I don't know, man. How do I ask this guy a question? Because I don't want to just invent it myself. I really don't want to do that. I don't think it'd be very hard for me to do that, but I also just don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. I think that's his name. I don't know the name. Oh, I put the W in the wrong place. Okay. I don't want to open an issue for a question. That's just so dumb. Discord. A Discord. Am I in a Godot Discord? I am. Physics. I mean, I prefer there to be a... I'd like there to be a Discord here. To specifically ask Let me look at slider again. Because I know what it needs. Yeah, it's just missing a rotation. It's missing a rotation ability. It uses a single rotational constraint, and I'm assuming that's just like a full hard constraint. Yeah, it's just a hard constraint. There's nothing... I just don't, like I said, I just don't want to make this if one of these can do it. And I definitely don't want to set up multiple things. Let me see what a point constraint is, because it may, I mean, I don't know, maybe. 2 points. Yeah. It doesn't look like it has any concept of rotation. I guess then my question is, since it doesn't exist, probably doesn't exist, or like, why can't I use this? It's because of the translation constraint. The translation is in world space. Oh well, it's relative to the joint, I believe, but then it's in world space. So if I say X and the joint is up here, like it's or it comes closer, they're gonna be mismatched, right? So now the X doesn't do it, and then I am actually concerned the Y, so it has to pull it up. So it really just like sticks it in place because of that rotation. Yeah, I'm thinking it just doesn't exist, and I would have to write it myself. And I don't want to do that. That is dumb. That would be dumb. If I was able to provide... You know, here's something maybe I want to have. Could I just invent my own and then have that code? I mean, like, it would be nice to be able to script this something, keep compiling it. That would be the nice thing. What's a path constraint path? I could combine two things. I could have a distance constraint. And then... So I would have a distance constraint that would make sure they can't be too far apart or too close together. So that covers like the length of that span. And then I could have just the, I guess just the generic 6-degree of freedom joint, but make it so that they are constrained on one axis. So this would be, I guess in this case, this would be the Z axis. So they have to have the same Z translation relative to each other. And then the X and the Y can move around. So it's kind of like picking the plane and like flattening them to that plane. So it would be to turn these two off, so they're free, and rely on the distance constraint to handle that. And then I think the angle limit can now apply. So so I'm trying to think of I guess in this case the X would be constrained. The Y would be constrained, but then the Z would be free, right? So it'd be like taking the inverse, right? This one locks the angle of the X and the Y, and then it locks them on the same plane. And then I use a distance constraint to keep them, regardless of their orientation, at the same, between a range, right? I could achieve it with that. That's possible. So distance just have these 2 points, and then they can't be this close together, and they can't be further than this distance. So is there a distance? I think I saw a distance constraint thing that was opened. There's no distance constraint. So, yeah. I could do that, but I need the distance constraint. And this one can also have springs. So, there's my idea. This is the one that I saw. Okay. I don't care about Gizmo. Okay. I wish we would start using resources though. This is just so sad. Why is it written that way? This is weird. Yeah, this is weird. Why would you do that? Just use the bodies. You should use the bodies. You should not do this. Okay. I mean, it looks fine. Stuff from like February, so it shouldn't be anything. Nothing, I shouldn't have to do anything crazy. This is just like a wrapper on top of the existing joint distance constraint. So yeah, I think this makes sense. Okay, so I have to figure out how to get this, which means I have to... I think the method is... So I do get remote add a name and a URL. Wait, is that the same guy? No, this is a different person. E-wall. E-wall 198. I'll just say E-wall. Okay. So then I do one commit. So I can do git fetch e-wall. Which should grab everything. Cool. And then copy that. What are my diffs here? Yeah, I'm just testing this one still. So then I'm going to do git cherry pick. It's all in one commit, so it's really nice. And then it's here. And then I can do that. Okay. And for some reason it's recompiling everything. Tough. Yeah, the noise module. We gotta recompile the noise module. We gotta recompile the socket, the WebSocket module. Creating a new joint 3D node. Just gotta update the WebSocket module. Yeah, we gotta update all the 2D stuff, the 2D editor for the 3D node. Okay, so yeah, a combination of the 6 degrees of freedom to restrict them on the same plane, which would just be the right axis. And then, or well, yeah, I think, hang on, let me think about this. If I specify the forward, should I specify, I should probably specify like what the right axis is. No, I think I'll treat the X as the forward and the Z as the right of just the joint itself. And then it'll always be constricted on the Z, but it will freely... the 6-degree freedom will just restrict it on that plane. It won't care about the Y or the X translation. The Y and the X translation will be handled by the distance. And it will instead... Yeah, it'll instead just restrict the distance. And also have... I would be able to set an angular limit, so I can allow it to twist or not allow it to twist. I can allow it to swing or not allow it to swing. And then I'm just like using words, but and then I would restrict it on that right axis. So I can say you're allowed to be different by 20 degrees or something. Or you can go up 20 and down 0. Something like that. And figure out what those limits would need to be. The 2 constraints does kind of suck, but I don't think it really matters. There's always an order within a constraint that things are applied in anyway. And I think it makes the most sense to constrain by the distance and then constrain by the angle. Which I think is what most other ones do. So I'll just go look at what 6-degree freedom does. When it constrains by position, does it do rotation or either way? It runs the rotation and then it runs the translation. Which actually, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's not the order I would want to do it in. I actually would prefer the rotation followed, or I would prefer the distance followed by the rotation, which means just at the end of the rotation's gonna have the final say, and it could allow the distance to be off a little bit. This one values the position. Yeah, I would do the other way around. So the 6-degree freedom it solves for rotation and then it solves for translation. I would like the distance to solve before that. So I get the distance solved, the rotation solves, and then an additional clamp back on that. And honestly, I wonder if because of the order of these is why I even see things rotating out of place. I don't think it matters. Okay. I've got distance constraint now. Let's see if we crash. Distance joint seems happy. Local point on A where the constraint is attached. Local point on B. Why doesn't it use... Why? Why like that? Why like that? On the bright side, this is pretty close to the setup that I have anyway. So, delete. So the beam joint, update joint, this will maintain this doesn't need to know about the joint, but I think it does need to know about, no, it doesn't have to, because it will just add it to the scene. Though during configuration, I do need to, well, I don't have to add it to the scene. I could add it to the scene so I can see it. But really all that, and it, okay. It does have to exist in the scene, actually, because that is responsible for managing the joint in the first place. Though technically I don't have to do that. I can actually just save the RID and track it myself. And so that when this one goes out of scope, when this one is deconstructed, it can delete itself. So I'm actually going to do that. I'm actually just not going to use the node that exists. I'm just going to rely on that. So I'm going to follow the pattern of, I guess they could appear. Show like notification. It's actually just in joint. Post enter tree. Yeah, I'm going to follow this. Post enter tree. I do need to follow that pattern, so I need to, if a body is removed, I need to disconnect those signals. Body exit tree. Okay. Get node returns generates an error and returns a null. Get node or null. Nice. So what's their strategy? They enter the tree, they disconnect signals, and then they configure. if configured disconnect signals. And then exit tree. I'm just gonna really follow their pattern. And then this one's definitely not excluding nodes from collision. Should definitely not be turned on. I don't want it to manage that. So if we're not connected, BA. BA. Interesting. If body A, and body A is not, tree exiting is not connected. Tree exiting. It's connected to what? Body exit tree. Yeah, that seems way better. Disconnect signals. It just calls disconnect, but I know for a fact that I have to confirm it. before I actually can do it. It doesn't. Yeah, if a connection does not exist, generates an error. Yeah, because it's possible I can set this and then never. Well, I don't know. Body exit tree should just be to call disconnect, update, joint true. Okay. Or not is inside tree. Okay. If I provided a joint that doesn't exist, what does it do? Really difficult to write this. Get or null, fail null. Okay. So it has to it does have to exist. And I would set configured to false. And then I would set it to true, or I make the joint. And then also have joint priority. Okay, so you know, let me find. Yeah, let me do this one. This one I actually don't. That's the wrong one. I'm following this one. Configure obtains Okay, I could just avoid tracking all of this and just make the node. I'll just make the node, so I don't have to do all this. This was just stupid. That was just stupid. Okay, so I set those up. And then I want to I don't have one, but I want to create one and cool. Ooh, but the comma there was weird. Can I add it? Moves the added sibling right below this node. What else do I have? What is this? Let me do this. I want to move it. I want to create these such that. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to do this stuff first. Well, when it's no, because what beam joint will do, it's gonna add sibling, but I think it doesn't set the owner, so it doesn't load like that. When the game runs, we're gonna do ready. We're gonna call update joint. I'm gonna add the sibling. At that point, yeah, I want to force update myself so that I get sorted after. Or really, I think what I'm doing is I just set the solver priority of this one to be mine -1. So it'll run before me, and then I run after. Because I want to constrain distance, and then I want to make sure the angles are definitely good. Okay, so here's a question. Looking from above, when it moves out, what do I want to happen first? The distance might say it's too long, and then contract it, and then pull it in, right? So maybe I do want this to run after. Yeah, I'm actually going to say I want that one to run after. Doesn't really matter. But I do want to give it a higher priority. So let's do a check. So if my solver priority is -1, I just match that one. It'll just have the same priority. But then otherwise I want to increment it by 1. So it should end up with a high priority. Then I add sibling. Probably, no, I think I'm going to leave this for now just so I can like debug and look at the joint in the editor and make sure it's set up right. But then I'm going to turn it off so that I'm not creating this and adding it to the scene. Maybe I should call it like a track pivot, a beam pivot. So I'll say yeah, give those so I can position them. I think probably I might just give it the full position instead. So I'll just do that. I'll just give body B position, body A position, instead of using the axis. And then I'll set up, I'll keep one of these so that I could set, what would I want to set? I'd want to set, I mean, okay, if it's like a physical representation, I think I don't allow any I might allow some change on the X. I would fully restrict the Y no matter what. And I would want to expand on the Z limit. So yeah, no axis. I'm being very specific about that. It's along the x-axis. I give it an exact position. There's no range now. It's just that. And then you have the expand limit, contract limit, and the rotation limit. So 0 would mean no rotations allowed. And this is like the difference between the two, so the two can't really be more than pi apart. Not really, at least. Let me see this. Negative 180, positive 180. Okay. Yeah, so I guess it'll be more like, yeah, an upper and a lower angle then. And I'll just track this. Well, it'll be in addition to its current orientation, so yeah, it can go up by pi. I think I would actually write like this. Upper angle looking from the z-axis, a positive value is a counterclockwise rotation. I'll just say upper angle. And limit. Right, all that. So I don't need those. This would just be body B position, body A position, calculate the orientation. Yeah, for the 6-degree of freedom, I have to teleport it here, set it, and then move it. So so that the rotations are correct. And then, yeah, I would make sure that set param x, that the linear the flag, set flag x, those two are turned off. And then the angular limit, so the x and the y will be limited, and then the z is going to have some angle. Angular lower limit. Also, just make sure all these are turned on too. Too many times. I'll make sure the Z limit is enabled. Restrict all rotations. And should be the negative lower angle. This will be the upper angle. Okay, good. Force update joint, and then we teleport it back. Well, I'm going to track this. Lower body in a position for accurate rotations. Okay. And then I set up the distance joint. So that it runs after. And then I would do distance joint. Yeah, this is the one that's weird. I have to look it up. Set distance max and min, so I'll set distance max. It's set param. Yeah. And I'm just gonna do like just gonna be sure this doesn't go negative. I don't know if it really matters. It's set point param. So point A will be okay. Set to 0 if you don't want to pull the bodies together with a spring. Apparently it's, or yeah, okay, it's 0 by default. Good. And then this is going to be a force update. I don't think I have to do force update there because I'm setting the point parameter. Instead of the point parameter should just reset the whole thing. Yeah, so I actually don't have to do that because it's gonna do it anyway. Okay. So now if I were to go to this mode so I can see everything, and then I were to okay, I'm gonna clear it. I'm gonna reload the scene actually. Reload scene. Okay, so lots of failure. Sure. Body A position 0.4. Body B position. So it's oriented correctly. And then I have the upper and lower angle. So I guess just looking at this. Okay, it's not. Of course. Of course. I have to copy paste this everywhere. Okay. So honestly, I'm just confused by the display, honestly. I'll say 10 degrees, that seems reasonable. And then lower angle. Upper angle is going to be going up, lower angle is obviously going down, but there's also, I feel like there's kind of like a limit. At some point it doesn't really matter. Because I just need this to be open enough that it can cross that largest thing, because if I look at how it's really rotating, eventually it'll just be pointing up anyway. So I probably just set this to pi. Okay, I probably don't set it to pi because then it could, like, in theory pass through itself, so I'll just do like 90 degrees. That's probably fine. Ah, it's time for lunch. Okay. The dog has told me. So I think I need to set the owner of this so that I can see it. Though I don't want to set the owner of it. I want to add it. I want to have it in the scene so I can see what it's set up as, and then I have to manage it. But then I would have to look at and run it, and look at remote in the editor to actually see it. Okay. I'm gonna go grab food. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm dropping that one. I might just removing that one. It's like 3 times in a row that I've heard that song, and I'm like, you know what? I don't like it anymore. It's good, it's just like too different from what I want to actually listen to while working. All right, I'll be back. I'm back. Right, am I just like hitting run? Probably, maybe. I think I am. I think I am. And I'm going to turn off the joint duplication. Of course, as usual. Oh. Is this joint... Yeah, it is the distance joint. Hmm. It's good to see these values look correct. I guess I just have to check if it exists there. And then... Well, I mean, it should actually have loaded. It should have loaded. So why did it not find that one? I'm not allowed to call... This is a deferred call, which is what I don't get, because this is also a deferred call. This is like a super deferred call. Oh, that's right. Recursive, say false, owned false. That's it. No. Still doesn't like that. Here's the weird thing. Here's the weird thing. So I'm going over this joint because it exists here, but it doesn't exist up here. What are you talking about? How do you not exist up here? I mean, literally nothing happens in between. Literally nothing happens in between. Seriously, nothing happens in between. So I find children with this type, the same call, and then I make an identical call down here, which means I'm getting data here that was not present above between these two calls. All I did was I did a reparent of the main body. Is it it's not an internal one? Like, I don't get how that's possible. That's really stupid. That's really, really stupid. So I get the nested joint. Only one. Front left femur. This isn't even... I'm looking for front right. Looking for front right. I'm looking for... I wish these would show names. And then I wish it would start by sliding all the way to the end. Front left femur. So I just continue. Front left. I mean, I'm sure I can just step ahead one more time. 3. 3 joints. I have front right tarsus. I have front right tarsus beam. And then I have distance joint. So it's there. I didn't assign the A and B nodes. Okay, but but the thing is that it says I can't call 0 on nil. Not that it's saying I can't call... Stupid ass thing. It literally says I can't call 0 on nil. Okay, now it says can't do get path. Okay. 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 The path map is an array of joint 3D to an array of node, or path map is a joint 3D to an array of node. It should be, it doesn't, yeah, it's just node. An empty array. All right. That's handled. Now here, I need to apply the bodies. So I just need to copy these in. Okay. No complaints. Front right tarsus. So this has turned off the X and the Y limits, and it's applying a Z limit. No motors, no springs. The X angle limit is applied, the Y angle limit is applied. And then this one has those values that I set there. And then nothing else. Root, tibia, tarsus, 7. Priority 7, so this one should have a priority 8. Cool. Tibia, tarsus, Seems right to me. Okay. So turn all this on, and I'm gonna go look at it. So this is the front right, so it's this leg. I'm gonna pull it off there just so that I can look at it here. Well, I mean, that's the concept, right? So there's the concept. There were 5 errors. Missing a body node. Both nodes must be set. Okay, so I think part of it is that, yeah, part of it is that I need this, like, enter tree thing. A post-enter tree, probably. Just make sure it still made it. It did not make it. Parent node is busy. And then it called it. Okay, so which one happened? Either A, I mean, like, wait, what? Why are we calling post enter tree twice? Why would you do that? Okay, so I'm just being messed with at this point. So first thing it does is it runs and it says, yes, we got the nodes, but we can't add the distance node yet. And then it runs again and says, actually, we don't have the nodes yet. So which one is it? You can't tell me you have the nodes and you don't have the nodes at the same time. That doesn't make any sense. What a breakpoint here. Okay, where are we? What do we have? Node A is empty. Node B is empty. Uh-huh. What? Okay. So this is correct. So far. How about... I mean, I can like fully set it up and then do add sibling. You know what? Sure. Just do a deferred call. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Run that. So I get down here, and then it says, we can't do it yet because of stuff. I hit continue. No errors. Good. But this is happening again. Why is it happening again? Who is this? Okay. Just before ready may be received. Every time it enters the scene, but okay. I think the second call is from the reparent. That's my guess. Yeah, it's from the reparent, which is ridiculous that that's happening. Okay, so I'm just gonna stick with ready. I mean, I think I can run it here immediately. I'll just do that. I don't think I need that because I'm not really going to be rendering a midpoint anymore. Okay, so we're being called from ready. Continue. Okay, good. No errors have happened. Okay. Ooh. Whoa. Okay, it just fell over. I was like, I see it trying to lift this leg here. And I just can't control that one. It's getting worse and worse. Though I am seeing something interesting happen. Before it would kind of get into a perpetual motion. And now it kind of... It like eventually just starts like counteracting itself. Like it can't stay in, it's not a stable motion, right? So I think what I would like to do is now to have I feel like I might want this. Though... Does this make sense? I mean, it more or less just ensures that when this one rotates, it guarantees this is going to yaw. Right? So kind of, it improves the rigidity between these two, and it just means that this piece here is going to yaw. Instead of having this one do like this, it should do like this. Right? But then I'm also wondering if I should I have something like this, where I mean, I could even attach it higher. And the point here I mean, I could also just, you know, kind of keep the pattern, right? I have a joint here. The only difference with this one is that I need to allow this one to have a twist to it. So it'd be the Y. I'd have to allow a Y. I could have that be a setting here, like unlock Y or something, and then I give it additional angles. Is it possible for me to validate property? Is this everything? Cool, I get everything. So what I think I want to do is I want to hide everything starting with angular limit and linear limit because I want to fully control those. So begins with property usage. I want to mask out editor. So I do a not on this, and then I and with the not, and that gets rid of it, right? They're gone. Awesome. They're gone. So now I can't modify them there. So now I have full control over that. Good. Cool. So for the angles, I think I'll put these on. Yeah, I think I want to allow a swing to take place. So I'm just going to move these up here, basically. This would be... pivot angle, I think. Does that seem right? Okay. Restrict all rotations. What are the... I want to have these correct. Yeah, it's like pitch angle, right? Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Oh, geez. Alright, so that's pitch, and then I would have... we'll organize them like this. The X would be a roll. Then I'm gonna have cool. Have I got it all? Okay. So now with that, yeah, I think I may just stick with this and allow this to have that yaw. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do debug show points. Debug point A marker, midpoint marker, point B marker. Angular lower limit on the X is going to be the negative roll lower. Yeah, I only want to restrict Z translations if no yaw is enabled. And I'm just gonna do these. Well, actually, I'm turning it off, so it doesn't matter. It's only when I'm turning it on. Let's say equals 0 and yaw upper are 0. I do this. Otherwise, I have to let this be free as well. I'll write this one first because it's less code. All right. So yeah, I think I just want to have tibia connect directly there. And then I need debug points to clear the points. What if I just treated it as an array then? I'm doing that. If I is 0, do markers. Marker position is equal to body B position. It's also doing add child, which is definitely wrong. I just need to see the points. That's all I need. Otherwise, this is midpoint. Um, well, actually, body B is just nowhere. Body A, if I have the beam span, then I know this. It's the beam displacement. I'm just going forward on that x-axis. That's all I'm doing. I've really overcomplicated it. Way simpler. Thought assignment, shape cast. Okay, I don't care about that. That's probably just a lie as well. I turn that on. What the? Where's the markers? It's also really interesting that because of the bounding box it does that. But that's really odd. Where are the markers? They should be visible. Why are they not visible? Yeah, where's the markers? What? Is that what I'm missing? Where are they? They have to have an owner to show up? Really? That just seems stupid. But okay. If they need it. Sure. Okay. All right, so that I know that, beam. This will be directly connected to there. Itself. Turn on the points. Why is it not pointing the right way? Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's not pointing the right way. Okay, cool. This is probably like 0.9. Be like over here. Okay. Then body B. Yeah, I would think 3/4 away up this one, right? It's 0.8, so yeah, 0.6. Okay. And then contract limit probably needs to go way up. And expand limit. Probably shouldn't be expanding too much. So this will be able to do... Yeah, I mean, that's just like definitely just weirdly bugged. Because it doesn't seem to understand which way this is actually facing. These joint views are just totally useless. So if I think about the upper probably should be pretty high, right? So say 45. Lower, it's down from that. So this is probably just like 10 degrees down. Okay, and then yaw. Yeah, this debug render is like totally busted up and weird looking. So the upper is from this direction, counterclockwise. So it would be like, I think it goes for like probably not too much. I'll say 20. And this one, I think it probably goes like almost entirely sideways. So I'll say 45. Okay, so this leg has been configured. Let's see how the front right leg moves. Bring it over here. Okay. Let me take it off of this platform and just look at it close up. I mean, honestly, that leg looks really nice now. I see all the other legs are like doing crazy stuff, and this leg is like resisting everything that's happening to it. I am going to... I'm going to lock the main body and just allow the legs to move. Freezing the body instead. Okay, sure, fine. I freeze the body instead. How can I do that? Okay, crawler. Freeze. It just doesn't even... Why? Why did you just completely disable them? Okay, let's say you're allowed to rotate on the y-axis. I'm not really sure. Maybe it's looking better. Here's the thing. I don't want to like settle this up and then realize I have a problem and not be able to really see that problem. Put it lower to the ground so it can like technically do steps. I mean, yeah, the one leg here that's like not really supposed to be moving is just totally, it's really good. Though it does have some rotation. And it's kind of stopping it from being able to move that leg. Okay, let me turn all the motors on the other ones off. Can't really turn off the motors on the other ones. It doesn't really work that way. Let me just try this. Let me try... I don't know why you don't allow me to lock every axis. Like, why not? Literally, what's the problem with that? Just the one thing I'm worried about is that the leg is kind of pulling in a bunch. And that kind of sucks. If I were to disable this one. Oh, turn that off. Turn that off. Disable. I think it still runs anyway. Yeah, it's this pull in that's happening. Let me just clear those. It'll be an error, but I will know for a fact it doesn't exist. Yeah, okay. Let me say 0 and just see what happens if this one is on 0. Because it should be the inward. It shouldn't really be allowed to go inward. Okay, so it's going inward quite a bit. So that must mean I have a mistake. And it's going the other direction, so I'll say 0 here. I'll just lock it. I expect it to just not turn at all. Yeah, okay. So I said it was clockwise and counterclockwise, so lower is clockwise. But it obviously went the wrong way around, so am I incorrect about that? I guess I must be. So I will give it, I guess it's the other way around then, isn't it? Yeah. Odd. Okay, so it's coming 20, but I feel like that's probably just too far then. Let me say 10. Yeah, okay, I can see that it's kind of hit there. Cool. Okay. So it's definitely done something. I want to check to see... Well, no, because the up axis is just going to be like that. So why am I wrong then? Lower is clockwise. Okay, let me fix that, and then I'm going to set this one to 0 and this one to... I want to push it in. So my assumption there is I would, if it's clockwise, if this joint is rotating counterclockwise, I would set this to like 20 degrees, right? So I can pull up. Okay. So I mean, it looks like that's right. I'm trying to like... Alright, that seems right. So then if I were to make this 0, I wouldn't be able to push it up at all. Yeah, I basically can't push it up at all. Okay, so that one's correct. Do I have the wrong math then? Do I just flip it around? Have I flipped it around? It's definitely just the wrong way around. So I'm just going to mention this. Unless maybe it is flipped up here. Yaw lower, yaw lower, yaw upper, yaw upper. Yeah, okay. Okay, I don't really, yeah, I don't know why that's like that. You're definitely correct, because I look at it from here and I say, all right, when this body goes that way, the joint is rotating counterclockwise. So this means I say, all right, I think probably 15 degrees or 20 degrees is suitable in that way. And then I would think to go lower, which is to go backwards, the joint would then rotate. Yeah, the joint is then rotating clockwise. So it's like 45. Definitely seems like it's doing something helpful. I'm gonna set this one to 0 just to be sure that I definitely have it right. So I shouldn't be able to push it in at all. I really can't tell. Oh, it's sitting out over here, so that means it's okay. That means I was right then. Trying to push it here, it flings back. Okay. Okay. No roll. What the? Yeah, okay. There is like a general falling thing happening. So I'll try this. There does seem to be like, I guess, a bit of an issue where, at least on this axis, it seems like it's just turning the wrong way. Like it doesn't have the right angle. Like it's trying to push it closer into the body instead of going out. Why is this debugger thing still here? Do I specifically like flip the z-axis? The jitter is crazy looking. I mean, in this case, this one does want to go the other way. But it's like, because it's folded. Don't know. I mean, it's possible if I allowed the IK to open up a little bit on roll, or like the twist of the bone, it might allow it to actually be able to control the joints. But I'll see about continuing the stabilizing stuff here, because this looks. This is looking pretty good, I think. This leg, I can see a huge difference compared to all the other ones. So it should have teleported. But I guess I actually have to update these and then it will, yep. And then it goes. Let me make it so if I change that, I can get the call. Which basically just means I will create a custom set. And when I set that one specifically, and then false means handle it normally. Yep. Oh. And then I don't care about the value. Okay. So if I change this to FR, Tarsus, boop, teleports. Cool. Great. Show points. Nice. Now... yeah, so this one definitely needs like the shareable thing. I'll just look at the front two legs and see. Maybe I will disable all the other ones. So I'm just left with these. Yeah, whatever. So, I mean, okay, so actually if I just copy and then paste, it is fine. But that still means I would have to copy and paste back everywhere. Oh, and then pitch. Yeah, so upper is looking at it from this way. Yeah, upper would be like that, and then lower would be like an extension, so 10. You should really have 10. I can just do like disable. Seriously. They're all disabled. Why are they moving? Make static. That's dumb. Definitely more steady. Yeah, though there is the allowance of the swing there is pretty. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's to be expected, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's not really what I meant, right? That isn't actually what I meant. It would more be that I allow... Huh. Yeah, weird. It's more that I would allow... Maybe then I just don't attach it that way. Maybe instead I just attach it straight to the femur. Wrong one. Front right. Whoa. Yeah, I'd probably actually just attach it at 0. Well, what is that, like 0.1? I'll say 0. Okay. Oh, and then none of this anymore. I mean, I can definitely see that it like can swing pretty hard. Let's see what's going on here. You gotta set a no more crawler deadline. You're right, and a no. Show the PlayStation Showcase? I'm not. Nope. I'm just doing this. So legs have... Okay, so legs are definitely more stable, but now this problem still hasn't really gone away. It's a leg. Alright, I'm going to try this. I'm going to open up... I don't actually know how I could do that. How could I even do that? Actually, I have no idea how I could do that. Never mind. It's not even set up like that. What if the masses of the legs are just too high? Okay, what if I just do this? The legs are very, very light, very easy to turn. Okay. What if this was much further down, like near the bottom? Yeah, basically like outside of it, at the bottom. And I'm gonna bring the weight back. I just wish the other legs would stop. Like, it's probably, honestly, it's probably just the other legs are messing it up because they're doing this. You know what if I just did? What could 2 do? Nothing. It's still just, it's like, okay, so it's gotten worse, I think. Okay, I want the... I can't turn off the legs individually because they just reactivate anyway. There's no breeze in here. Okay. What if... Alright, I've got it. I lock all their translations, so these ones can't move at all. Just lock everything. What the fuck just happened to me? Why am I flying into space right now? What? The Quaternion Nan must be normalized. Okay. Like, it's worse that any small rotation like really changes it a lot. Okay, hang on. This is like another total rework. Not really. What if I put like a static body? I moved the static body. It has no colliders, so it's just a static body. Okay, it's not even that. I have the distance. I have a distance. What am I trying to say? I have a distance constraint floating in space stuck to that target IK point, and the other side is on the end of the crawler leg. And I just set it to like a spring. I set it to a spring. Great idea. So I think I still may keep the, yeah, I think I still want to keep the beams because that keeps it more in place. But for like, because basically the target is take the physical body, take the IK, update the body, update the IK, place where we want the leg to go to, and I just tie that to a distance point. Which means the leg needs to know this body. The leg needs to have that body. Well, it doesn't really have to have the body. It just has to have the distance node. So this, okay, so the actual crawler bot can make that then. This crawler character can just create them. And it knows where all of the leg... This is on leg pose updated, so this gets that. Like update. Now has the target position. And I'm going to do this. Okay. This is definitely a good idea, right? It's going to be the same organization, I think, where... No, it's not. This doesn't have the body yet. I can ask for the bone, right? And then I can say, do I have like a get? I don't. Whatever. I'm just gonna... I just create it. On the next physics tick after I call process joint. Wait. Update ground. Skeleton advance. Everything should be loaded by this point. Then update legs. If enable physical skeleton on leg pose updated, I do this. And then I say yeah, it's probably fine to leave it as like a spring. I guess what I do here is I check if you get the leg index, so I can say leg index, and then I say if there's no nodes. It'll actually be node B, because node A is not going to be a real location. Let me check how that works. If it is not a null pointer to that, otherwise it's RID. If it's not a null pointer to point A, otherwise it is a get global point. Get global point. Which takes a local point as that value. If body is null, return to global. To global is relative to this position. So okay. So what I then do is I actually put this... Yeah. I put this... What? You know, I could actually make it totally relative to the body as well. So I can still have like node A set to the main body and just do that. That might be better. Might be better. And just write get path. And I'm gonna skip this if it's an editor hint. And then I'll figure out node B later. You know, maybe it's not. Maybe that's not okay. Maybe that's not okay. Min's already fine. Max. Min and max should just be 0. Exceed that distance, a spring will be used to move the points closer, so I actually want them to just be always on a spring. Stiffness. Also, wait, what? It says critical damping? That's not correct. This is stiffness and... Unless stiffness is going in as frequency. Stiffness and damping. Yeah, I mean, the documentation there is wrong. It's definitely wrong. Spring mode. Okay. I'll just try 50. And then I have this calculator, spring calculator, frequency, damping, effective mass. Like 2. Okay, so it's like 130. I am going to go leave a comment about that. Some extent, documentation says that for stiffness and damping, the damping value is 0 to none till 1 critical. This is correct. It should only apply to frequency and damping mode. So much critical damping. Is that right? Newton meters? Newtons per meter? Yeah, mention that's not the dampen. Yeah, okay. Leave that comment. I'm also going to mention this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you set the stiffness to 0 to turn it off. The damping can still be 0. Okay, so I set that up. I'm just checking this 1.7. So yeah, should be, I guess, like 1.775 then, shouldn't it? Okay, cool. Okay, so I set those. And then the anchor points. So these are just going to be yeah, so just leave body A as empty, and then I'll set body B. I'll do add child, just to keep it organized underneath this one, so when I delete it, will just go away with it. And then I just position it globally, because global point will just try to get the body, and if there's no body, it just returns the value as it is. And yeah, it'll be relative to that point. So I actually don't have to move it. Yeah, all I have to do is just put it in place and then make sure it's at the correct spot on the main body. So there's no node B. I have to find node B. So node B is going to be so this leg, I believe the legs actually keep track of the bone, the ground bone itself. So I can just do ground bone. Yeah, this is the leaf bone. I'm gonna check. Yeah, it's the leaf. So I get the parent of this. No, it's just the bone. Target bone ID? What's target bone ID? Great. I didn't document it. Unable to find end bone targeting IK target bone. What's it for? Target global position is... Target bone ID is provided. Target bones, get target node, setting. Like I can't get end bone setting. Really? Uh-huh. Okay. So yeah, it's the parent of ground bone ID actually is probably the right one. It's actually probably the right one. So say if that's not true. Continue. And then... Wow. And then I have it. So the node B is going to be that. So DC node B is going to be equal to joint data, body, get path. Break. And then if not, if I still don't have it, skip over this one. So now it's got a valid node B. Calling that would have also set it up. So what I think I want to do is to move this global position, move it to leg target global position. Move it there. And then set the node B. And then I guess I'll actually do like an else, because setting it will fix it. So I say else. So I'll just do this. If we have a node B, force update joint. Oh, as we gotta look for it and then set it. And then doesn't matter. I'll leave a comment here. That will update the joint. Force update joint. So, I mean, that should be running then. Really? The leg target is not on the tree. Then why would I be doing this? Then why are you doing this? How could you be doing this if you're not in the tree? What? Like, just what? That doesn't make sense. It is in the tree. This runs because I called... Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. That's really, really weird. I am literally setting the target. I am literally calling global position here. I'm literally doing it here. And then you tell me that I can't do it here. Why? Is this the call? This is not in the tree yet? Make it make sense. It's not in the tree yet. How is it not on the tree yet? Because this calls from ready. Can I just call it now? I can. Okay. So I can call it now. All right. Step. Step. Okay. Okay. What the hell? It hasn't initialized yet. Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. Sure. That's fine. 3 errors. Hey, it's Lysec. Hello. I don't care about that. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. These are in position. Step. Okay. What's the bar that you use? The bar. The follow bar? Leg. Ground bone ID 11. Target bone ID is also 11. Alright, so... I tricked myself. Status bar, workspaces, up here, the top. I use Hyperland, and that's just Hyperland, right? I think so. Is it called Way? I think it's actually called Waybar. I mean, it's built into Hyperland, as far as I understand. It's been several months. Probably longer. I can't remember. Bone parent. Leg. I'll say target bone. Okay, looks right. Bone 10. Found it. What do I expect to see? I expect to see that one. Okay. Oh, and then I have to set... Right, I have to set this one's position to be... B is... Is it like the leaf? I think it's gonna be the leaf. Okay. That. Or, no. Get bone pose position. Rest. Get bone rest of this. Origin. So that's the offset. From... I mean, I think it's actually just that. I think that's it. I think it's just it. It should just be like a plus Y and then some... I think it's like 1.7. Pretty much dot on. 1.7. Alright. And then that's... okay. So it should be running. Is this happening? Why is it rendering over there? Why is the box over there? Oh, now it's here. Oh, the max is infinity by default. Why? Zero. Wow. Okay. It's okay, I gotta rename some of these. These should be... That's the purple one. So this is gonna be... Ghost. Just double click if I can. I guess I also could have just changed the material to be invisible. That's probably a lot smarter. But once again, I'm already most of the way through it when I thought of doing it a different way. But this is probably better anyway. So I can still search by box, but then if I want to specifically turn these off, why not do something else with them? Anything. Ghost. Alright, what do you look like? What? Where are you going? It's trying to go there. Alright, what if I did... What if I did this? Effective mass 3. I mean, maybe I should probably leave it the same. It's like 775 and just increase the frequency. cheese. Yeah, this one's weird. I'm not sure why it... It particularly struggles to move. But that might be better. Should I increase it more? 4. Can I make this higher than 1? Okay. Aha, alright. This is really very close. I don't know which one is hitting. One of these... Definitely not that one. One of these two needs to be more. Okay, well, of course it's gonna do that now. It's like it's just really... It's like it's really old. It is so slow. Alright, move your leg over here. Can't do it. But you can a little bit. Not really. Okay, let's lock... I just want to work with the front right. Not the linear, that breaks it. Angular. Okay. Which one can't go? I mean, it's kind of like either one can't go. Also, it seems really... Yeah, why is it so slow? Okay. Okay, so it leads it. That's weird. Not sure what that's doing. Ill has a new trailer, The Zombie. Is that like the medieval zombie thing? That I don't really understand that. Okay. The player kicking a baby zombie thing? Kicking a zombie. Okay, well, actually, this one I'm sure that it's... like that. I'm gonna guess it's this one can't extend and it wants to. Oh wait, this one has a very... high limit. This one need to be more than. Maybe this one needs to be more? 15? It can't. What would be stopping it? It's gotta be this one. Scene where you approach a zombie, then an armored guy comes and shoots it and starts chasing you. Okay. I think I remember that. 5? Does this really need to grow that far? It stopped. Okay, no, it's still twitching. Alright, I'm gonna say this is just cranked too high on the frequency. 4 is too much. Say 0.8. Oh, could I just do copy value and then... No, of course not. Honestly, what if I didn't make it a spring and instead I just made it... I made it super rigid. What if I did that? Yeah, I mean, that's what I expected, to be honest. That's probably what I should have expected. Oh, man. New trailer, still no gameplay. Oh, man. Is it really 4 already? Damn. Why can't you reach? What's the... like, what is the limit here? Is it the lower limit? The angle limit? Okay, it looks like now it's... Alright. Just go wherever you want to go. I need to know if it's this one or not. Okay, good, it's not that one. So it's this one. Upper angle, 25 degrees. It is so close. Oh, my movement is causing the angle to move. What about over here? What is the issue there? You really can't move far enough. That was it. You couldn't move far enough. No, it could move far enough. It wasn't enough pitch here, really. 30 degrees? When this extends, this has to turn up. But I mean, looking at that, this is like... Is that 30 degrees? 25 degrees? Isn't enough. Can I make it faster? Yes. But will it work? One. It's definitely faster. More speed. Where are you going? Come over here. Okay. You're really breaking yourself there. What? Why would you do that? Why would you try to do that? Hmm. torque limit. Let me turn those off. Use as much as you want. Okay, it's just breaking its leg. Okay. It does seem like the IK still has an issue where the rotations are really throwing it off. So what if I go back to setting now the positions of the bones as well as the rotations? I think I did this and just like it explodes, I think is what happens. I'm setting the I'm already... Okay, wait, what if I only do the rotations? Okay. It's... something. Though, why... You know what? What if... Since I have the distance constraints now... No, because I still have to feed back into it, and I can't do that. I can't do that. I was gonna say I could put one up here too. I guess I could, but I probably shouldn't. And it's probably already sort of unstable enough to have this happen. Let's go back to 50. $50 is still like a lot, but it's not unlimited. Okay. Can I turn these off? It's definitely way worse immediately. Okay, but not copying the position seems to be helping. Yeah. So I'm taking the bone position, which is where the parent is. There's also just doing this. I think it's just a different thing. Let me see that. I'm gonna go and delete those because I know I don't need those. It seems like just less stable here. And like, I don't know, should I just like put another beam going from that to the body? Like on the top and bottom? I don't know. I'm over my time for today, so I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna think more about this. I'm wondering if there's any kind of way that I can... Okay, so my first issue would be the leg is swinging too much, right? Like, I need to make it stop doing that as best as I can. And then from there, I can think about the motors maybe being too strong or whatever. But, like, if it's swinging at all, then that's... I have an issue with that. So... yeah, I really need to figure out how to get that to stop happening. The swing happening at all is really, really not good. I can't really turn this up at all, because I think going any higher than like 0.2 just makes it super unstable right away. I could even try lowering it. I'll just try 0.1. I'm also at 18 steps instead of 16 steps. It's still just too strong. Or it's able to turn way too much. Like, it just shouldn't be able to do that in the first place. So, alright. But this has improved it. The whole leg is at least... The whole leg is kind of moving as one unit now. It's just now... I still kind of have the issue of the whole thing is rotating too far. Yeah, because at least here, like, these two pieces seem like pretty well aligned. They're not really getting misaligned. So that's fine. But it's definitely like this piece here rotating at all is not, kind of not acceptable. Like, I would say if it was staying like this for this long, this would be like a broken joint. Like, I would be deleting that joint and it would fall off. So I think what it might really be is getting this. I mean, it might even just be like having this happen. I don't have this right now. Maybe if I had this, it would be better. Right. Because right now it's actually doing this. I could attach it here, but attaching it there requires allowing a certain type of rotation that I was noticing was pretty bad. But maybe that's not so bad. That's not such a bad rotation. Let me just go and try it before I stop and see if that's acceptable or not. think that's 0.9. Maybe you should go to like 1. Yeah, let me say 1. I think this is probably 0.2. This would be like 0.8. Negative 0.8. Or 7. I'll just see this for now. It's definitely... That actually definitely really helped with the alignment. It really did. Now, the only issue is I would have to allow some yaw. So in this case, it would be... Looking from here, counterclockwise on the upper, that's probably 20. And then here, I think I said like 40. This could be the issue. I mean, it's still... It's way better than it was. Yeah. I want... Okay, well, that was way better. I need to stop though. I need to stop before I spend a lot longer here than I should. Don't lock... Well, yeah, don't lock anything. Allow everything to pass through the main body. But the legs are still going to be super rigid. Okay. Definitely the most stable I've seen a leg so far. Alright. I think it can call it progress, probably. A little bit. Maybe. It's getting closer. It's still getting closer. I'm not getting further. Alright, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.